in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that. It's truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature. This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Juma Private Game Reserve again. This afternoon, we're looking at the beautiful hippo, which is actually just got out of the water for basking. Maybe it's been done that entire day because they are nocturnal. For them to come and bask, this is when the sun is up. So we're just going to see who else is going to be arriving into these watering holes. Welcome aboard to your very own live safari through African bush. Good afternoon everybody. So we're still sitting here on this very beautiful watering hole, Gari Dam, and then the hippos still there. Looks like only one individual hippo. We've seen some impalas also arriving to drink on some of the watering hole. My name is Andrew. On camera I have David this afternoon. So it's got to be much, simple for the animal to arrive and trying to drink in this kind of a daylight where the sun is up. Halas, kudu may come down as well to drink at the same watering hole here. Remember everybody, we're coming live from this area and we would love to hear from you if you would send us your questions and comment via hashtag WildEarth on Twitter and at FC on YouTube. If you are under the age of 18, you can pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, as well as you can go register on WildEarth website and head over to the live Safari page, and then you can submit your question there. We'll be taking them for you live. It's a little bit windy, where most animals may not really love it to be in a thicket, so that's why there's a chance of them coming to drink maybe while we're around here. And in my plan for this afternoon, I'll be again searching towards the east, where Lawrence will be checking to the west from this part. And then Pride Land as well, they'll be joining us more likely, with JP will be doing a walk for us. So you're saying it's quite a windy day out here. It is actually. We're standing right here on top of this dam wall. So we actually just pause ourselves against the wind. Unless if maybe we drop ourselves down to this drainage line. But then, well, it's a windy day though. It's already picking up. So we've been seeing these very beautiful hippos only by himself here for quite some time. Since yesterday he was around, maybe just moved in from somewhere else. And these male, once they dominate watering hole, all they would accept it's a male, females, and may come in to the area. Because once the male come independent or there's dominant bull, then they're very territorial. Then later on, when it's dark, then you may just, it's quite windy. So, again, you're asking, do I ever seen a hippo walking on the road at night? I have seen hippos. This is when they get out of the water. You see, they travel far from the watering hole, maybe 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers sometimes. And if it happens that you drive around in those roads, you're more likely to come across or bump on a hippo still moving along the road. But they tend to love their own path which they create during that movement at night. So they have special tracks where they move around, especially near the watering hole. So it's well smooth because whenever they come out, they use those ones. So that's why they're one of these animals. Sometimes they can be very mean if there's something suspicious around them, especially human, and including all of the dangerous animals such as a cat, which is their very much enemies. And we are their enemies as well. So everybody, I'm driving around here. So let's quickly take a look at the weather on our various different locations.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridens and out on bushwalk. At the moment we are positioned up on the dam wall at Leopard Dam and we're busy watching some giraffe in the distance. So my name is JP LaRue and behind the camera we've got Mpho. Let's see what these giraffe are getting up to. We're really hoping that they're going to come down to the water's edge and come and drink. That's one of my favorite things to see is actually giraffe drinking. I find it incredible how they can split their legs at almost 45 degrees and then bring their heads from almost 5.5 meters down towards the ground. It seems as if they got a little preoccupied with busy eating at the moment. Let's see what they get up to. Good afternoon, Jasmine, and welcome to the show. Yes, it is definitely a beautiful dam, and we've had a number of really beautiful sightings over the last 7 or 8 months over here as well. Some of them was buffalo, elephants. We've also had a number of other predators coming down to drink, giraffe, as well as a number of interesting birds. At the moment, we've also got a number of interesting birds around. A small little dab chick at the back, which is busy dabbling up and down underneath the water in search of tadpoles as well as little fish. And then we've also got a number of Egyptian geese here. We've started counting today and we've noticed that there's a total of 7 chicks. A few days ago we've only seen 3 of the little Egyptian geese chicks. It's amazing how they've been hiding and now suddenly starting to appear from everywhere. Is going to come down and come and have a drink. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Lauren that would like to say hello.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the other half of the Juma team. We are sitting at One-Eyed Pan on Simbambili. Why it is called that, I do not know, but here we have it. I'm just keeping my eye on an Impala here. You look alert. This is where we had Mr. Tavangumi this morning, and I thought it's hot. It's actually really hot. It was worth coming to check if he's here. My name is Lauren, and I do have BK on camera once again. And that Impala didn't look the happiest of chappies. So I wonder if it's just worth sitting here for a few minutes. I mean, it's really, really hot. And you can see this pool is quite stagnant. There's no fresh water flow. You see all the algae that's building up. Lots of animals will sort of drop their feces in here, which causes a massive build-up of nutrients, which bacteria and various different things feed on. And that's when you start to get the algal blooms, and it starts to become really, really stagnant. It doesn't look that appealing to me. It's not smelly, though. We had Tavangumi so briefly, and then he crossed into Simbambili, and then vehicles just descended, and it really was not pleasant, so we just decided to leave. But he's a predictable little cat, so maybe if we just sort of scratch around really slowly, we might be able to find him. You ready, Beaks? I have no plans today. I just wanted to check that he wasn't sitting on Triple M. I often find Tavangumi just sitting on Triple M, watching the world go by. But I'm not going to go too far into Simbambili. We sadly do not get signal anymore on Simbam, which is rather unfortunate. But I'm just going to scratch around this area and hopefully find Mr. Tavangumi.
So just to the eastern side of the dam here, it's all various different, or 2 different species of an antelope, where kudu and impalas. But you see greater number of impalas gathering around here together, It makes it a lot comfortable for such a kudu to rely on such a scenery here, but they work together for safety. The female looks like she's nesting there. Just a quick drink. They already drink water, these young ones, but they already also need milk from their mother. It's such enormous sound from that Impalas. Looks like he's the only males among this whole group of females over here. He's trying to advertise his territory. Just looks like a lot of females, the Impalas, but many of these females, they are carrying at the moment, so they are pregnant, most of them. So now we've got also the sound of a go-away bird, which sounds like very much stronger because of when they make that call, usually they're right above the tree. Many other communication, or also when they see a danger, they would also alarm or they would give that call. So it's a go-away bird. Sitting right at the top there. It's got a little crest, but formed by, thinner hair and a little feather. So even some animals such as Impala, kudu, most general animals, they would rely on birds' call, because then some birds would save their lives, which they make the call because they've seen a danger. And these antelopes all know about this because they've seen it all through their lives. Derek, so you're asking whether impalas get a lot of ticks? Yes, they do get a lot of ticks. They're so cool that they cooperate with such birds, which is an oxpecker. These birds, they are very good on helping not only impala but various different antelopes, such also as a giraffe, all those hippos and the rhinos. And these are actually the only way they can get rid of the parasite is actually by the birds landing on the animals and set around the body of the animals down to their hoofs, almost into their ears. But without that, these ticks, female ticks will actually suck quite a lot of blood if they don't get disturbed until they've fallen off. This is when they're about to lay their eggs. It's just so cool here. We're stopping right now because it seems to be the wind died down, because we're actually slightly down close to this outlet of the dam. So it just seems to be very peaceful. And all the animals that we see out there, they wouldn't really appreciate much wind, because then they get disturbed. And their hearing, it just went so much confused. But scenes such as Simone, you're asking with Impala have been kicked out of the herd. So kicking it out of the herd, you know, there's quite a lot of young male. Those are just, for example, those born November last year, and in a few months later, these young males, they would maybe move off of the herd, and then for example, those are 3 or nearly 2 years old, they're more likely to be, you know, pushed out of the herd, and they're forced by the dominant male to do that, and then that they would go to join their bachelor groups. But the female, they remain in the herd, so it's only males that they may be pushed out. So the reason for that is because of their breathing habits, which the mating take place beginning of the winter, and a lot of those young males that are not actually trusted in the group, the male won't like them. He would push them off. But these are still under the age, say a year old, and then they will stay in the group because they're still too young. So we will search around here for anything we're going to find.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Juma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth.
We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
No luck for Mr. Tavangumi. I mean, it was a bit of a shot in the dark, but you know, it's hot. Might have come to One-Eyed Pan for a drink or been hanging around Triple M. We're driving very slowly on Triple M, and it's actually a really ugly road. It's not aesthetically pleasing at all, but it's a good road to check. One day I'm going to get Tortoise Pan, one day, and that's what I'm hoping for. I think lots of leopards crossing this way from Simbambili, which is on the right side, Juma, which is on the left side. West, east. But it really isn't a lovely road to check. It's worth it though. You've got to put the hard work in order to sort of get the sightings you want to see. And BK's still not speaking to me after last night. He's so upset. The honey badger. He says, I don't want to hear about it. But I am going to go to that area now. Andrew went there this morning, but I am going to head into Chitwa once it's time. It's still really, really early to be on game drive. They're little creatures of habit, so you never know, we might get lucky again. But tell me what you guys would like to see today. Don't make the request too hard, please. But if there's any requests, send them in. #WildEarth. Ian, we see giraffes a lot. I tend to avoid using tower run journeys. I think it was James Hendry's fault, but I'm not a big fan of these dazzles and journeys and towers. But I have seen giraffes. I think it was just a few days ago. I heard of them. There's actually a lot of giraffes around at the moment. We go through phases with giraffes. It's funny. Just the other month, there were actually a lot of guests requesting to see giraffes, and no one could find them anywhere. But we're all asking on the radio, have you seen a giraffe? Have you seen a giraffe? And all of a sudden you're flooded with them. They're not territorial, of course, so they're very aloof. They're very free in their movements. You'll normally see the old bulls on their own, but generally speaking, the others, they all follow one another. They like to be in sort of visual contact with one another. Hello, guys. Have you seen Mr. Tavangumi? Ah, Beaks is an elephant. I'm going to go forward a little bit. Stop for the Impala and you get an elephant. Hold on. You got him? Back. Okay. I'm not going to off-road, but you never know, he may come this way. Hello, elephant. Have you seen Mr. Tavangumi? Giraffes are very similar to elephants in that once they sort of start to arrive, they're everywhere. And if there are some of you that maybe don't follow us every day, you'll be surprised that we really do go through periods on Juma. I mean, our traverse is very small now. It's just Juma and Chitwa. That's really the only areas we can traverse now, so it's very small. But we have days upon days, if not weeks, with not one single elephant. Really, not one. No tracks, no dung piles, no urine. And then all of a sudden, elephants are everywhere. They were in our camp last night. It's amazing. I love the ebb and flow of the bush. And I think people that are new to the bush don't understand. You have to take those quiet days. You know, I remember the day that I had Kalamba and Tristan found Cara. And people were saying, oh, why is Juma only spending time with leopards? And that's because we don't always see them. You've got to just take what the bush gives you. If the bush gives you a leopard, then that is great. If the bush gives you elephants, then that is also great. When those first summer rains come, sometimes BK will know exactly what I'm talking about. We see nothing, not even an impala. And all you guys get to see is us driving around talking nonsense. But that's the ebb and the flow of the bush. It's almost a life lesson, I think. You can't take everything for granted. Things come and things go. It's the ebb and flow of nature. Imagine if we saw leopards every single day. Well, we kind of do here in Juma, but we had these crazy, crazy sightings every single day. You would not appreciate them. When I went down to Marataba, all the staff down there said, oh, we're always so jealous of you guys and your leopards. So probably that alone, we do take them for granted. But the bush teaches you've got to pay attention, you've got to learn, you've got to put the hard work in. Follow the stories, follow the narrative that the bush is giving you. And sadly, the Juma clan, for example, that narratives came to a bit of a halt because we're not able to spend time with them. But then there's other stories to follow up on. There's birds, there's insects, there's winter, there's summer, there's spring. I love spring in the bush. There's lambing seasons. There's so many things. But really, elephants are not always around. And when they're not, we miss them dearly, which is exactly why I will try and pay attention to them when they're here. Carrie, you want to see any baby animal? Okay. Maybe baby elephants we can do. I'm going to try and scratch around for Mareebs. He's definitely not a baby. He's a sub-adult now, but he's a youngster. Maybe even the hippo calves in Chitwa Dam, okay? Batilda. Nashveen, you want to see Mareebs? No. I think everybody does. Now that the Talamatis are no longer in Chitwa, we might have a chance. So I think once it's a little bit later, we'll pop into Chitwa and we'll try and find Mareebs. The cat of the rock. I speak to so many people and they say, oh, Mareebs, we're in love with Mareebs. And yeah, so am I. He was a shy little cub, and he's really just blossomed. Andy, you'd love to see dwarf mongoose. Okay, that's also doable. Thank you for making these requests very doable. Okay, I've got a lot on my list now. You can keep me very busy, everyone. Dwarf mongoose we can definitely do. And a lot of the little groups of dwarf mongoose that we're seeing right now also have little youngsters. Baby everything. They've really had the most mind-blowing sort of sightings recently. Definitely not taking them for granted. Even the honey badger last night was just, was really, really, really special. And I've been here almost 3 years now and never had a sighting like that. So it takes time. It takes time to see things in the bush. I remember when I was in the Maldives, people would say, okay, I want to see a manta ray, a turtle, a shark, and this fish, and octopus. And you think, okay, we'll do our very best, but nothing in nature is guaranteed. Okay, I think Mr. Elephant is well and truly gone now. We're going to head to our first water body, which will be Twin Dams. No, it won't. Treehouse Dam, sorry. It will be Treehouse Dam. Look, you're saying that's what's great about safaris. Every day is different. Exactly. Every day really is different. Sometimes you have the lions. Sometimes the lions are there every single day and you spend time with them. And then they disappear. And then you haven't got the lion. Sometimes both Tristan and I will have leopards. And they will be fantastic sightings of leopards. We will spend time with them. That's how we learn. Brief little sightings of animals are really not where you get to observe their behavior and learn. You really want to understand an animal, specifically individuals. You have to spend a lot of time just watching and observing. It can be boring at times. A lot of people think that this job is very exciting, or watching animal behavior is very exciting, and it absolutely can be, but not always. You guys over to Andrew. If you spot me a leopard, Beaks, my goodness. If BK spots me a leopard, let's just wait. Do you want me to reverse, Beaks? He's using the binos. This light is actually very harsh on your eyes.
Wildebeest.
Wildebeest. That's okay, Beaks. We all have those moments. Crocologs, logocrocs, leopard logs, they are the worst. Jamie Patterson said to me during my training, there's this log on Philemon's cutline. She said, it will get you every single time. And I thought, no, it won't. It does. I'm like, leopard, no. Okay, we really are going to send you guys over to Andrew this time.
Thanks, Lauren. So yeah, we find this is another different small group of kudu here, where I think the kudu have been out pretty much because of the weather, and that allow them to forage through. But I can tell you, kudu, they're one of the animals that loves to browse. They spend most of their time in the thick bushes than in the open. So, but when you see them, you would think about the Ngala, which is slightly different in color, where male Ngala would have dark coat and very hairy as well. Females also yellow slightly, but with these stripe on their Ngala. But these antelope, male and female, the same color. The only difference is that the male will have a much thicker neck, but also carrying this spiral horn. With the male, they even look so magnificent with this 3-twist horn. So, Liam, you're asking whether the kudu are the biggest antelope we get around here. So, we don't have an eland, and then I know waterbuck seems to be slightly bigger than the kudu. And these, waterbuck, they go large in size compared to kudu. So, they're not the biggest antelope. So kudu weigh anything from 150 to 270 kg. So that's what they weigh. But they can be tall pretty much as 1.2 meter up. Sometimes the fully grown one. It looks like she's posing there chewing her cud. So with this such a wind day, sometimes, died down, sometimes picks up again. So animals such as kudu, as they well develop with these massive ears they got, when they're static, they all concentrate around themselves. Even though in a group, they would help each other. If whoever spotted danger will let the others know by alarm call. But you still see those ears switch back, forth. And that process of chewing cud, only the ruminant animals practice those when they're resting. They have ability to regurgitate the cud to the mouth and then chew it again. They got it mixed with so much saliva in there, which in turn they water required pretty much. So they may go a few times to drink a day, twice. If it's too much hot, so kudu, one of the antelope that can jump very well, and they do that from standing still, and they can jump up to 4.5 meters up.
We're still making our way towards Treehouse Dam. I'm really hoping for some elephants. It is really hot. The breeze is cool, but it's hot. And it's exactly when they will be drinking. Not necessarily. Hello, you. I don't know if this is a bustard or the corhan. I will need to get my binos out. Black belly bustard and corhans actually look really, really similar. The red-crested corhan, that is. Turn around so I can see your face, please. It's really easy to identify once you see... I think it's a black belly bustard. Once you see that neck, if it's black under the chin going all the way down, then you'll know you've got the black. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. No, it's not. It's a corhan. My apologies. Beautiful, beautiful birds. From a distance they look similar, but if that black on the sort of breastbone doesn't extend all the way up to the chin, then you know you're looking at the red-crested corhan. Kori bustard is one of the heaviest bustards we get out here. I've never seen it in this area, in the sands. But these birds are all very closely related. Kori bustard is huge. No, don't disappear behind that tree. We want to see you. The Kori bustard is the heaviest bird capable of flight. Obviously, the ostriches are much bigger, but they're not capable of flight. And when you see a Kori bustard in the air, my goodness. Okay, we're going to keep heading to Treehouse Dam, and we're going to send you guys over to Andrew.
Lauren, good luck there. We got such a magnificent bull elephant who is actually marching along the road over here. Just looking at how he moves, very gently and smooth, quietly animal for such a big body animals like that. So it's actually more than one. The one was actually right behind us. We're just going to make sure when we get closer we make enough room for him because they need their road. They don't like to be blocked anyway. So you see now with this slightly over the temperature that rise up to 25 degrees, that makes him flap a little bit of the ears every now and then as he goes. Probably when he goes, use a lot of energy, and the temperature that way will rise. So everyone, sorry, I'm gonna make a room for another bull that is coming right behind us, so I'm going to try and make a room for him. Oh. Okay, so looks like he just off the road, so we'll rather for now. Slightly younger than the one on the road. He's just standing there listening, but he will catch up with the partner there. This is the way of them. They're going to be maybe 1 kilometer far apart, and then still know exactly where other friends are due to the communications and sense of smell as well. So let's leave this one for now and then maybe roll to the one right in front. And it looks like he's also leaving the road. We're just going to see what he's going to be up to. Maybe visit those trees out here, which is quite a lot of belenatis, those green thorns. This time of year, there's fruiting, so these fruits drop down to the ground, and one of them that we're driving past right now. So maybe he's going to do that there. So this is unusual for the elephants. We see herds where there's quite a lot of females and their young one. And these are all taking care of their young one in a herd. The bachelor group consists a lot of different age of males. Finally, you got an older bulls in that group. Gonna go slightly forward and just gonna see him from there. Head. Okay. So I think this is Davi said this is, I think, is his best spot here. He might come right across to us, between us, where there is a burn section here. We normally don't drive in this burn section because of it's been burned down, so we expect for the regrowth to take place healthy without any car tire around in this. Theo, you asking would the female elephants ever fight? So in a herd, it's so much controlled due to fighting for a dominant. It's not actually typically happening there. All the respect, there's a system which is the matriarch, where the leader. But they can be so noisy due to control these young bulls that maybe play harder with these young ones. This is the only time you would hear or experience such a sound. But they don't really fight for the dominant females. And they may push each other, but it's a way of playing. And then that way it's all going to be controlled. But the males do fight, for sure, for a dominant. And then looks like he's on the move now. He's not actually focusing on feeding. Heather, so you're saying you love the way he walks. It's actually incredible how he does it. So it's just kind of, very smooth when he moves. And then let's keep up with him there. And the second one, he's not appearing anymore, so I'm sure you would be. But we're going to stick with this one. Maybe he's going to show us where the rest of the females are, or the other brothers. So they walk smooth for such a big animal. So, underneath of their feet, a thicker layer of a very hard or stronger sponge. Reaching muscles and that. And it will actually allow animals to walk silently. You hardly actually hear them when they walk, except when they disturb grasses. If they would walk on a road, and they're very, very silent animals, you wouldn't hear nothing there. So we're just gonna stick with him. Hopefully the other brothers arrive into this area.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
We've made our way to Treehouse Dam, which is where we picked up that lioness this morning. And really not much is happening, I'm afraid, but I thought it's hot. Let's just spend a few moments just listening and admiring this beautiful water body. We get asked this a lot. I guess there's no official term. We would call this a dam, Treehouse Dam. It's very, very large. And it's been sort of reinforced by humans on the wall, just as you would have a dam in any country. But it is a natural water point. Through sort of weathering and erosion, this dam has sort of set itself into the ground over the years. Now, a pan, I would normally use a little pan, the smaller pans. This is huge. Possibly you can use the word pan for a man-made pan, Galago pan, that's completely pumped and completely designed and structured by humans. Or even just Chela pan, it's just a small little pan that's built up over the years. And waterhole, I guess you could just use interchangeably. Any little place with water is a waterhole. Not entirely sure there's official terms for that, but the big large bodies of water to which we have Buffelshoek Dam, Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam, Sydney's Dam, that's about it, and Juma. Oh, Gowrie Dam, sorry, how could I forget that one? It's right next door to our camp. We would use the word dam for those big water bodies. Pans are much, much smaller, almost like little puddles that have overgrown. And any water with any sort of hole with water, I guess, is a water hole. Okay, we are going to head on. I believe we have lots of areas to cover today. Twin Dams has been a good place to check for elephants. We're slowly going to make our way there. Very rarely do we see crocodiles moving. I mean, reptiles, generally speaking, are solar powered. And with crocodiles, they're very heavy animals with extremely heavy tails. And a lot of power in that tail, a lot of muscle, also a lot of fat, so it's extremely heavy. So to sort of pull their bodies across the ground is actually not easy for them. The scales on the underside are very smooth to make it easier, but it's still going to take a lot of energy. So they would only really move water bodies when they really have to, for example, in times of drought or when the water levels are really, really low or there's a danger present. Reptiles in general, other than sea turtles, are not really known to migrate or to move great distances for that reason. They're solar powered. So if the ambient temperature is too low or it's too cold, they're really not going to get very far very quickly, that's for sure. So we sometimes see... Sorry, it's only Andrew and I today, which means we're going to have to keep our ear on the radio now that it's semi-working. We sometimes see track marks for crocodiles, but very, very rarely. They have got really, really sharp claws to give them traction on land. They've got the really powerful tail to act as a rudder in the water to propel them through, but they've got the claws to give them that traction on land. They're almost like amphibious in that way. They need the water and the land. I'm not sure how I would feel being on bushwalk and bumping into a crocodile, that's for sure. Okay, I'm slowly heading to Chitwa. It's not quite time yet, but we are going to send you guys back across to Andrew with his elephants.
Ooh. Good luck, Lauren at Chitwa there. So we still have our single bull elephant for now, where there were two there, but the other one hasn't actually joined in this area. So I'm gonna keep up with him there. So if he would come, there's another road in front of him where he may come across that road. He's now actually walking into the bush, not long on the road. He's going to come out there, but now he's going to walk more deep into bush, but maybe the other one will come out. Maybe he just, decided, no, he's going to wander around for a different area. But that direction, maybe later on, he may end up into Chitwa, because we're on a cheetah cut line here, and then he is in the Torchwood, so I'm gonna let him go like this, but hopefully we will search for his young brother that was right on the far end. Eric, you're asking would the elephants avoid the predators or chase them? So yes, the elephants don't really appreciate the predators. They push them. I've seen them pushed over the pride of lions and these leopards. They gotta make their way out of the elephants, so they do push predators away. I've seen Hippo done that, and I've seen a rhino do that as well. So It's like I'm driving towards the wind. So I gotta drive slowly because the wind is too much in my face. Oops. David, look at him there. So he's coming, but he's still in the bush with his male. This is the other one that was always far in the end. But then he avoided, and then he walked away back there. Now he's far from that other one. Oliver, you're asking, would the elephants groom themselves? No, they don't groom themselves, but they got a way of, touch, which is the usual way of, when they're in a group. So they don't do any of the ele grooming. I think it's not possible for them to do that due to that trunk. It's right on their forehead and then all the way down. So their mouth is actually located behind this, between these tusks, so they don't groom. He's not actually comfortable with our presence, so I'm gonna find a place where we know he's gonna come out in one of these areas and then stop. So he may come out behind that mound. So there is a way of playing. They play touch and then scratch. This actually trunk would be able to reach very much of the top of his head, the bottom and the side of these ribs. And then of course that's a way of a scratch, or find trees, scratch against the trees. So I feel like I'm going to keep this distance. If you're going to cross, we're still going to have a visual of him cross this road. There he comes there. See how he actually put his trunk down, because he knew that the other one was walking along this road, so he's trying to sense, but he's not actually getting lost. He's heading in a good direction. This is where he crossed into, where the other male has walked in. You're asking, how do we know when an elephant is angry? So elephants are one of the animals that, you got to understand them very well. When they're not happy, there is a way of their look. So you may see the head up in a colder trunk pretty much, but as you look at you, I'm going to move forward because we're losing him. And then, or trumpet. They're a way of mock charge as well. So that mock charge, it's scary because if you don't know, you would think, no, he won't stop. But then he would eventually pour dust over you, the vehicle sometimes, and then stop, turn around. So the behavioral is actually a little bit different to most other animals. Some elephants, they don't really appreciate the company like this. The male that we saw, this very last one, compared to the first one, now it's very different. So he just disappeared there. we weren't going to have a visual of him. Everybody is gone. So we're just going to carry on search for more animals. So yeah, trumpet, it's one of these unhappies, but also in a herd. If you were to approach with the vehicles towards the herd, you check what they react first things, because their engine it's going. So if they would be worried too much about that, they would react to that, and then maybe they're just gonna, stare at the vehicles not to feed, showing a sign of maybe, they want to run away. Then they're not happy. Comes in a bull mass, which it's even a lot dangerous to those who don't understand them, because if you're on the road, you would come towards the vehicle, he won't give you the roads, and he doesn't show any much of a threat until he is at the vehicles. So we got a little small group of Impala here. We're just gonna watch them for a little bit. The bird that you're just hearing there is this bird. Go away, bird. They have such a very different calls. This little bush is very interesting. Look at these little green beans hanging in there, and this bird actually trying to feed on those when they're ripe into slightly dark. I've seen people eat them, but never test them. What they taste like. It's a type of acacia. Or monkey pods, that's what they call them, but acacia. So birds love them. Not only this one, but various different birds. So everybody, we're going to move on and leave this bird on its calling, and then see if we can find something else.
We've just stopped next to one of my favorite pans with one of my favorite birds. Yes, I have many favorites, I know that. I just love it. Pied Kingfisher. But sometimes I just like to stop at this pan. It's a really good place for birding. Just watch and listen to everything that's going on. Isn't it just so lovely and peaceful? It's my favorite little water body, especially in summer. We're just at my favorite little water body watching the Kingfisher. I think it's the same pair that are always here. Hello, Egyptian gooses. I can't see if it's male or female without my binos. Oh, are you going to hunt? No. I think it's the same pair. I cannot prove that, though. You've got to be careful when you speculate out in the wild, especially with identifying. People can get it so wrong. And it's definitely the female. How do I know that? Only the single breastband. Males have a double breastband. Almost like a dicky bow tie, I always think. But I think if we sit here long enough, it may actually hunt. Or fish. I guess fishing is the correct term. Lucas, entirely yes. And that's what pied means. When you get the sort of... The name pied essentially means black and white. You get the acacia pied barbet, but that's not entirely black and white. You get the pied babbler. We saw them in Marataba. They are really, really awesome birds. We get the arrow-marked babblers here. The very, very noisy ones, but down there we saw the southern pied warblers. But with the kingfisher, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Entirely black and white, yes. The giant kingfisher is black and white, but also has a really sort of rufous chestnut-coloured patch. For the males, it's up at the sort of just below the neck at the breastbone, and for the females, it's a lot lower down in the belly. But it's a very, very rich chestnut colour, so it's not entirely black and white, and that's the only similar ones. All the other kingfishers have lots of different colours. And the giant's unmistakable. It's really huge. Even when you see it from a distance, you can't miss it. But this little pan is really productive. There's always something happening here. I mean, in summer, it's buzzing with insects. I love to come here in summer. It's just my favorite little pan. But obviously in winter, it's a lot quieter. But still, there's a lot of birds. Graham, no, I haven't seen the kingfisher nest. I'm afraid. I'd love to see kingfisher chicks. That would definitely be on my bucket list. I mean, pied kingfishers, for example, they normally make their nests in sandbanks, quite similar to the carmine bee-eaters. So potentially in the embankment of the Mulwati, a vertical sandbank. And that's when they sort of bury into that. And it's normally quite close to water level, believe it or not. They're monogamous, and both the male and female create the nest in the embankment. And because they have got that huge beak, they literally just use it to stab the soil and loosen it to create their own little burrows. They also use their feet. So they stab the embankment to loosen the soil, then they kick it away with their feet. It's really quite something to watch. It takes a long time. And they can lay up to 7 eggs, but generally speaking, the average is 4 to 6. But I would love to see little kingfisher chicks. I love following birds' journeys. We are so far removed from life as a bird. How they just take to the skies. Are very much bound on the ground by gravity. I'm miss the woodland kingfishers. When they're here, we all sort of roll our eyes because they wake you up rather early with their chip. And you think, oh no. But then when they're not here, you do miss them. And for example, they nest in a completely different way. They use sort of holes that have already been created by the likes of a barbet or a woodpecker in trees. And they've been deserted, so they're empty, they're vacant. And the woodland kingfisher will take up these holes for their chicks. Sometimes they use natural cavities, but normally it's crested barbets, even black-collared barbets and various different species of woodpecker. They use the holes that have been made by them. So all the species of kingfisher are actually incredibly different in terms of their diet, their habitat, and their nesting patterns. Pat 100% make new ones. 100%. These nests are very, very damaged now, if you think about it. They've been blown about in the wind, maybe picked apart by insects, pecked at by other birds, weathering, got wet in the rain, biodegrading. They're not fit to be a nest anymore. 100%. The weavers will all start again. They came quite late last year. They came in December. We were all waiting for them to come to this pan. And my goodness, they arrived. It's the noisiest place ever in summer, and it's amazing to think how it's all just changed so much and it's barren now. But the female weavers are very, very picky, and if they are not too impressed with the craftsmanship or the design, they'll just refuse that nest. And it's very, very common for either her to completely destroy it, to tell the male, hey, this is rubbish. I'm so not impressed with you right now. Make a better one. Or if the male himself realizes this is not a good one, no chickadee's gonna want this, he'll actually tear it apart himself. So they definitely 100% start again. The old ones will just weather away. We often find them, if a big sort of storm comes in, they'll most likely fall to the ground. And I mean, they're fast builders. They can construct one nest in a day. It takes a lot of work, but they can do it. Emily, you are 8 years old. Hi, Emily. And a pied kingfisher is your favorite bird. Well, I am very glad we found that for you. It's one of my favorites too, but I say that about a lot of things, Emily. I'm terrible. I can never decide on what is my favorite. Everything's my favorite. But I'm very, very glad we found that for you. They're really incredible to watch. Successful hunters, accurate, patient, and the coloration is just fantastic. I love black and white. I guess they're not really colors. My favorite colors to wear as well, or shades, should I say. Okay, we're going to slowly bumble to Chitwa now. I think it's okay to start heading into other people's properties for now. And let's see what we can find down that way.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters. And then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So this time of year is not actually quite a lot of places where the water is, and these are small pans that just dried off. Mainly, there's only difference when you search for an animal, and then if it's the water everywhere, you can keep checking. Use a small watering hole. Now the water is just there and there. That's why we all have to visit these larger watering holes to check for animal that they might be drinking, or animal that they might be lying close to the watering hole, such as these bull buffaloes do that. Actually seen a buffalo in a while this drive, so I would be happy to come across one. So you're asking, most of the big cats are nocturnals. Yes, they are nocturnals, but also including these small ones, such as African wild cats and those one. They do actually move during the course of the day when it's fairly quiet. They can do that, but they would hide. These big cats, the reason they won't like moving too much during the day, which they can, but they're avoiding that. It's too much light, and they're wasting a lot of energy, and all that energy goes to waste. They don't kill anything, no chance, because they can be very much way visible for prey species. So we'll be making our way down to the Birdlife Dam, which is not far away. So you're asking, would the antelope die of an older age? That could happen in the wild if they don't actually get killed by predators, and then of course they would die of an older age. And then the older age actually would interfere there. Maybe they weren't able to help themselves. And then, of course, then they may die. But the males antelope, due to fighting quite a lot, this is what happened. But in this area, it's quite a lot of predators. So if they would be sick, and not to choke, but then sickness take places, and they can come very weaker, and they're more likely to be finished by any of our hyenas, or even the packs of these jackals, if that animal weren't able to help themselves, if these impalas and the scooters. But these are die of choke, which is just immediately death. Unexpected. So a heart attack would happen on the animal. You just die. You find animals just lying on the floor. No bite mark, nothing. So it's one of these natural causes that interfered on this animal. So there we arrive here at Birdlife Dam. Just gonna go to the top of the dam wall there. Like it's a very quiet dam here, the Birdlife Dam this afternoon. Doesn't look like there's anything happening at the moment. But we just arrived. We're just gonna wait for a little bit, and then just to see if there is a hippo. So Harry asking, do I have a favorite watering hole? Yes, I do. So, I tend to love Kalahari Dam so much. Because that, it provides so much sometimes. It's at a beautiful open area on the western sector there. It's a chance of all group impalas coming to drink. That's where we begin our drive. All you seen was a kudu. So it's quite windy over here because we're sitting on the very much top of these dam wall. So all you hear is all the wind that's actually blowing through my face. So if it was an antelope that around here, would it be actually a very good time for them to arrive and drink? Or maybe those already done and they make their way out of here. So Richard, you're asking, would the impalas ever been aggressive with me? So Richard, impalas, they tend to be very good, my favorite. And then they're so cool. They don't really charge anyone. Even though you watch them die, killed by either a python or these type of these wild dogs and the leopards, all you see, they just die. They're trying to get away, but they don't really fight back. So they're not actually really aggressive animals, and impalas. Antelope, they tend to be very much brave and cool towards human, unless if you corner them. And then of course, because they gotta have to get out sometimes because they're frightened, and then there's a chance if you on their way you may get harmed with this horde, especially these males. Pied kingfishers. Oh, the pied kingfisher is one of the kingfisher that always surround a watering hole. Just in the far end there, you could see it as well. But these one, they go for fishes, pretty much. Dive into waters, catch fishes, and they feed on these. And there is a slightly bigger one than the pied kingfisher, which is the giant kingfisher. These are hardly to be found around here this time of year, but they do come sometimes around Kalahari Dam. Oh, it just went down.
Yeah, we got it.
Got it there. Probably missed whatever that was going in there for. Fishes, I would assume. Then the hunting methods for this type of kingfisher, they shoot into the water with very sharpening beak they got, so they stab onto fish, or if it's a small fish, grab it and come out with to feed. I'm going to move around, see if I can find anything else. So it looks like I'm on the way here, where the other vehicles may want to drive past, but only one vehicle at a time because it's very narrow. It's a watering hole or the dam wall. So I may actually have to reverse back because we're going to have to search for anything else around here. I think that's pretty much what we can do for them to drive past by. So there's not even hippos in this watering hole here. And then probably they're just somewhere else because they can switch watering hole to another very often. So we're gonna move on. Everyone search around, see if we can find anything. I have to block my face that the wind doesn't really going too much into my face. But sooner we'll be actually facing away from the wind, so that this road is the only road we're gonna drive at the moment. So. Check to see if we can find any other animal.
We're on Chitwa now, and we're going the back way round to the dam. We're not going straight to the dam, because these are the sort of locations around here where you pick up on tracks of mobile animals. And the Talamatis were here yesterday, as you know, but they've gone back north again. But I'm intrigued to see if we can pick up on any leopards. I'd love to catch up with Kuchaba or Simba. It's been a while since I've seen both of them, actually. Yeah, both of them. And of course, Mr. Maribs does lurk around here. This is his new hangout spot, where the cool cats hang out. That's where Maribs is. Very unlikely. Remember, male leopards disperse. They do leave. They leave their natal area, and there's many reasons for the sort of dispersal stage, and that is to avoid fathers in the area, avoid meeting up and mating with related ladies, because they will. Nothing will stop them. So there has to be a sort of biological component in place to stop inbreeding constantly taking place. It does happen, and it will happen, but it can't happen continuously for every leopard, or you would never get a new generation, and the genetic integrity of that species, or at least that subspecies, would crash. And therefore, that's why dispersal comes into play. So it has been known. I mean, quarantine really didn't go that far from where he was born on quarantine, but it's highly unlikely Maribs will stay, especially with all the sort of pressure on the leopards here. There are a lot of leopards, very high density, which means their territories naturally will get smaller. But things constantly change. Leopards pass away, new leopards rise up. But I think it's highly unlikely that Maribs will stay. I was reading an interesting article that they estimate the age of independence for male leopards is actually 12 on average. It's quite an old paper though, and they stay in contact with their mom and have lots of tender bonds with their mom after that, but independence can be set at 12. There's lots of different sort of literature that states different ages, and it's interesting because a lot of the figures will say that young cubs are weaned at about 3 to 4 months, give or take. But Lisa Antel, you kindly sent me a message saying that you thought Cara, who I never got to see as a cub, had sort of been weaned a lot later than that. She was still trying to suckle at around 7-8 months old. Also possible. It varies across the board, so a lot of figures that we give are just from paper, and they're averages. It will depend on so many different factors, especially if it's been a lean year, a lush year. Lots of prey, not so much prey, lots of water, not so much, lots of competition. It will really change from year to year, but I find that fascinating, and that's why, as a rule of thumb, we always sort of give the average figures across the board. But I found that interesting to read that male leopards can be classified as independent. Wow. We're on the runway. Whee! Are you ready to take off, Beaks? This is how bad Wendy's steering is. Oh, Wendy. This is where the flights land. Chitwa airstrip. We didn't get very far, BK. I haven't seen any birds. I have not seen any birds in the wild. Videos, yes. But leopard bird, I mean, out with captivity, that is really not something that you should be viewing. A leopardess will go to great extremes. Look at this lone wildebeest just on the airstrip. We may as well say hello. A lioness and a leopardess will go to great extremes to be in the most sort of trickiest, inaccessible spot in order to give birth. And, you know, it's quite a process for any female to go through, really. And I think if you are in that spot in the wild where a leopardess is given birth, you have to question either why you are there or is something wrong with the animal. I really don't think that's something that should be viewed. The cubs are born so altricial, so weak, so underdeveloped, and the cub mortality rate is so high that either that leopardess has sort of gone into early labour or she's not well, but that's really not something that I feel a vehicle should ever view. Not for privacy reasons, just because it's so sensitive. So a leopard birth, definitely not. But of course, these things can be viewed in captivity. At zoos and rehabilitation centres, I guess, if they put up a camera, you will witness that. But of course, that's not the wild. Elephant births are quite common, and Impala births. But for your predators, that's a tricky one. Wildebeest births. You will see these type of animals give birth. That's possible. Hello, wildebeest. Where are your friends? I like to come to this open area on Chitwa. I've had a lot of incredible dog sightings here. And species like wildebeest, like impala, zebra, they also like to be here because it's very, very open. There's plenty of food around, and it's also very easy to spot if there's any predators coming. They do. People always tease wildebeest that they're not the most bonny looking things, as we would say in Scotland, but really that coat is quite something. They're gorgeous. And I love the way it changes from the calves. Wildebeest calves are very, very cute into adulthood. It's almost like velvet. If you think of touching velvet, that's what it looks like. Wildebeest definitely aren't sort of held in high regard for their beauty, but they are such lovely animals. And 2 summers ago, when I think Ravi, BK, Steve, we got to see all the wildebeest calves arrive one by one, and it was just magnificent. It was so much joy. They used to just run around quarantine, and the wildebeest were very successful then. They held on to most of those calves. And it wasn't for the lack of trying. Tingana tried, Kalamba was hanging around, the lions. I was in Cohomas then. Can you see what's behind Mr. Wildebeest? Knievel, you better watch out. Mareebs is going to come for you guys. Okay, Beaks, let's get to the dam. That's where we're trying to go, and time is flying by. This open area isn't quite as big as quarantine, I would say. It's a little bit smaller, but also very productive. It's always worth checking. And these roads are like 5-star roads. They're great, aren't they, Beaks? They maintain their roads so well. It's such a joy on the old bottom and back. Now, Sabui's Den that we took you to the other day wasn't really far from here. On the more sort of western side and about a kilometre south. Maybe not even a kilometre, actually, a little bit less than that, to come to a drainage line where Sabui was keeping her 2 cubs. I don't know if she's still there, but it was a little bit of a special favour that we arranged for you all. So you never know, if she does move up to Chitwa, then we will get a view. But I'm going to keep scratching around this open area and, hopefully we find something.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
We're still just bumbling to the dam. Sorry, I'm trying to get onto this eastern channel. Our eastern channel is analog, which means that it only works when you're close to another eastern channel vehicle. So if we're far away, all we'll get is blast.
Billy Station, interested in following up this morning, left the buoy just on the west of Jackspan, between Jackspan and the coastline, and they picked up Shasha moving moving east from Jackspan in that burnt area.
Very interesting. Okay, it's not Chitwa based, but still interesting. And our northern channel is digital, so it just works. But the eastern channel, if another eastern channel vehicle is not near, then my goodness, it's a struggle. But we get there. Kudu, why are you running away from me? Is it because of my radio? I know, I also want to run away from the radio sometimes. Look at you, little youngster. Nope, too nervy, Beaks. Your squeaky camera scared it away. We're almost at the dam. I wonder if this is a good place to check later. Shasha, not too far away from the Chitwa cut line. Last time I saw Shasha, he was taking tumbles with Kalamba. Kalamba. This is also a really good open clearing to check. Okay, we're almost at the dam. I'm very much hoping for Marieb's. We know his usual hangout spots. Just get onto the dam wall. I have an important little announcement to make. I'm always trying to look. This is where Marieb, Shasha and Semba, they all use this area just to try and pick out the spots. It's a lot more difficult than you would believe. Okay, we've made it. But before we look at the dam, it is someone's birthday. And I just want to say a big happy birthday to you, Julie. You love watching the show. So from BK and I, say happy birthday, BK.
Happy birthday, Julie.
I hope you heard that. Maybe you can show your hand. Yay, BK's hand. Happy birthday, Julie. Have a great day. I think I'm just going to go forward a little bit. My positioning was not amazing there. Okay. Hello, Hippo. See, they watch us. And the bulls, the territorial bulls, will give off territorial displays to vehicles. I mean, we are not going to go in the water, that's for sure. No amount of money would make me do that, but they will sort of give you a territorial display. Don't come any closer, this is my water body. If it's a territorial bull. I'm just going to get my binos out. This is when you start looking for movement. Leah, you're 9 years old and you're asking why are they so big if they only eat grass? Leah, think about all the big animals in the world. Not just hippos. Think about giraffes. What do they eat? Think about elephants. What do they eat? Gorillas? What do they eat? All of the biggest animals in the world, which is really fascinating, they are all herbivores, which means they all only eat grass and plants and vegetation. And believe it or not, they all have unique ways of breaking down the plant material, which is not easy to break down. It's very, very tough. Humans are also not good at breaking down plant material. And they all have ways of breaking... Okay. There we go. That is a bull. There you go. Territorial display right there. He's telling us this is his water body. Very dramatic. But don't worry, bull, I'm not going in there. But yes, Leah, they all have ways of breaking down the plant material into the basic, simple building blocks of protein, and they are called amino acids. Protein is what gives us muscles and makes us strong, and it's made up of lots of different amino acids. We also have lots of different amino acids in our body, and we get them from a whole range of food that we eat. But herbivores are actually able to break their food down into the basic building blocks, and that allows them to get lots of... That's called a yawn, but it's not really a yawn. That's a territorial display. So yes, and that allows them to go big and strong. So if you think about it, every single really, really large animal, all herbivores. A great question, Leah. Oh, he's not too happy with us. He can see us, he can smell us, and he can hear us. He's not loving the fact that we're watching him. Okay, we are going to hang around Chitwa Dam now. I'm just going to check the usual spots for Mareebs, and we're going to send you guys over to Andrew.
So, hippo being so big herbivores, we got also the biggest of herbivores around here, and then which is elephant. So I'm going to approach slowly because now it looks like this is the breeding herd, not these male we've seen. So the reaction might be slightly different. I'm not sure how big is this herd. I've only seen one and a small one there. There she is. There happens maybe more of them around this bush, but we'll find out as the time goes. They may come out. So much bushes going on, and I had left there, so it's probably the other one we just saw, because it was slightly a younger one that was with this one. So a way of separating when they eat, they give each other a chance, because they need such a space. Look at that wood she's feeding on now, how it's coming out from the other side, cleaned, because they use their molars to do that. But the tongue we're able to control. And then as she's busy deal with this wood, and then you'll see how it roll off, come out on the other side. The whole buck will be taken off. And they're so quiet that they don't make such noises. They're not threatened, especially it's just the visual of the two now for now. No, the other one we can't see, but maybe that's why. When these little ones unite, Jerry commenting said the elephant seems to be gentle when they're moving. You're very right. We saw that big bull out there when he was moving along that road. They're so gentle, you know, they move very smooth, especially when they're not disturbing. They can hurry up sometimes when they need to, but walking normally, it's a usual way of them doing that. And they can reach speed up to about 40 kilometers an hour when they're fully charged, when they're running. So they can pick that speed up to that far. So everybody, we're going to take this silent moment, just admiring this elephant busy feeding. So everyone, he's just saying that this is so peaceful. Indeed it is. So peaceful, just to listen to all of the sound, birds, and then the sound coming from this animal as well when they're feeding. So just beautiful. Such a beautiful of this magpie shrike. So we're gonna stay put here. Been seeing a lot of these birds flying around here because they're benefiting from the animal as animal move. Disturb quite a lot of insects. These birds would feed on those insects. It's the only reason these birds are following behind the big animals. It's just going to disappear maybe towards the young one. I'm just not sure where the entire herd is. So maybe they may come towards us. We're not sure yet, but then it seems to be now facing away from us. But they have a lot of food around here. So I may reposition to see more if we can.
We've made it sort of down to the dam. And we're just going to spend a bit of time here, do some birding. Bless me, sorry. I've been sneezing a lot lately. Look at the fish eagles, the hippos, the noises, the sounds. We come to dams all the time right here, but sometimes we drive past, we're on missions. I thought this afternoon we could really just enjoy being at Chitwa. You never know who might pop up. Chitwa is a very, very productive water body. And normally you hear the fish eagles calling, that iconic sound of Africa. That's of course how they communicate to each other and how they tell everyone this is their territory. Birds can be very, very vocal. And I mean, we are also very vocal. We are very verbal beings. We definitely don't rely on being quiet to get food any longer. Those days are gone. But the majority of human communication on the daily is non-verbal. And we just don't think about it. Think about hand gestures. I'm always using my hands. Eye gazes between individuals, body postures, even clothing. Sometimes we communicate through our clothing. Facial expressions. All of these things transmit our feelings and our emotions and our orders or directions and so much more. So although we think of ourselves as very verbal beings because we're always talking, there's actually a lot of non-verbal communication going on as well. And out here, species all across the board are communicating with each other, intraspecifically, but also between species, interspecifically. There's constant communication going on. And although we live in such a interconnected world nowadays, I mean, we can just link up with friends all the time from a WhatsApp message or a call, SMS, Instagram, whatever. It's not like that out here. If you think about lions, every single time they separate, we had a female lioness on our own this morning. They've got to find each other. This area is huge. I mean, the Talamatis are moving great distances, so how do they find each other? They can't just WhatsApp. Imagine seeing a lion on WhatsApp, my goodness. They can't just Instagram or whatever tools we're using. They find each other through audio, through roars. That's why the roars are so loud. That's why we hear them on the dam cam. That's why we hear them when we're in our bed. I'm just going to grab a bit of tissue, everyone. And that's how they find each other. That's why they've got the specialized voice box, because they do need to be able to communicate to each other through roars. Just like wolves howl, I guess. Even hyena calls. When you hear the hyenas whooping on the dam cam, as a contact call, they're trying to gather the clan. They're trying to gather one another. Everybody come together. Where are you? Where are you? A social animal will always have a means of socializing, and hyenas also communicate through very sort of verbal sounds. But sometimes animals out here still manage to locate each other without audio. Some say silent. Without all these apps and gadgets. Especially after being separated for a long, long time. And how do they do that? Of course, it's through their noses. My nose is running right now, which is not very pleasant. But the one example that I just love giving is the 3 cheetah boys. They were known as Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn. No, not Lord of the Rings, although I did like Aragorn, I have to say. He was a handsome man. But that's what these 3 cheetahs were called, 3 boys, coalition. And they normally always stayed within about 300 feet of one another. That's about 100 meters. They were always together. But at one point, Aragorn actually broke away from the coalition, and he spent the next 31 days wandering on his own. That's a month. Miles and miles and miles away from the other 2, Gimli and Legolas, Mr. Orlando Bloom. And the day before, I think they were collared, the day before they met up again, they were still 9 miles apart. And that's very, very far. And Aragorn started looping the area a couple of times. He was searching for his coalition mates. And when they sort of converged, it was almost random. It was almost like he'd been looping, and hey, oh, there they are. He got lucky. Because when cheetahs sort of split for normally more than a day or two, especially the males, it's quite a surprise. So it was a surprise that this split was 31 days long. And as you know, cheetah vocalizations are classified as the lesser cats, not the greater cats, not the voice box of a lion, not that spensorium they only sort of chirp and purr. They don't roar. They do have keen eyesight, that's true, absolutely. But I mean, kilometers and kilometers and kilometers apart, are they still going to see each other? So the researchers that were studying these boys actually estimated that the chance that the animals randomly happened upon each other was about 1%. Random was not the factor. Audio was not the factor. Eyesight was not the factor. So that only leaves smell as a navigational clue for the boys to meet up again. It's quite a famous example. Or was it a combination? The research said smell most likely played the biggest part, but was it a combination between listening, viewing, and smell? They don't know how these three boys managed to come together again. And of course, male cheetahs use a variety of spatial tactics. There's sort of floaters who roam over vast areas, and then there's territory holders. So they do have different lifestyles, the boys. Females have home ranges that sits in between the floaters and the territories holders. But how did those three cheetahs find one another? It's an amazing story. And it's been put down to smell, leaving cues for one another. We've split up. We know we need to reunite at some point, so just constantly leaving scent marks all the way, not being too loud because you don't want to attract the attention of lions. They found one another. They've been split up for 31 days. It's an amazing story. I love that story. And even the fish eagles, they don't go far. They really don't leave Chitwa Dam. This monogamous pair. He needs her, she needs him. But if they do, then they vocalize. And you know that call, that iconic call. It can be heard over great, great distances. And that's how they find one another. Even in the ocean, water's a different medium from air, but the fish release chemicals, and that's how fish find one another. They leave chemicals behind in the water. And they can follow those chemicals. Yes, it's through a liquid medium, but they can. They also, fish have a lot of chemoreceptors. They will communicate. Some fish release alarm chemicals, which the other fish in the school will realize, oh, something's wrong, and an alarm signal's been released, and it's all through the chemoreceptors analyzing the chemicals in the water. Look at these guys just chilling at the other side of the dam. It's amazing, and if you really want to learn more about animals, just think that the starting point is choose a specific animal and start to learn how they communicate in their world with their own species and what senses they're using. And that really does give you such a good indication of that animal's world. I was hoping we might see one of the crocs. I wonder if they're on that island in the middle. Joanne, you're saying you love hippos, such cuties. Me too. Once you drive the car too close, you get a little bit nervous. But watching them from afar like this, I love the youngsters. They're the best, the little calves. Now we're just starting to get chilly. I put my jacket on. It is now almost 5 p.m. here in South Africa. So I am hoping that very shortly we might get some activity here. I haven't heard an update on Mareebs, but I am really hoping that he makes an appearance or we can hear some alarm calls or something, because this has definitely been his spot. So we're going to sit tight here and hopefully hear something soon.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So everybody, we have to leave that elephant because of the report that was given to us that there's a lioness around here. So I'm trying to find out where exactly they are, these guys. So I'm going to check Tundam Road, which we're on now. So I'm going to check towards Chelapen, one of the pens called Chelapen. I'm sure we'll come right. Oh, there we got her, got her. So we got her. Looks like a young female. I'm not sure which part of the pride this is. So I'm going to turn around and follow her. So Talamati, they have crossed into the north, Beverly Souk. But we're not sure how many of them there. So it happens is part of them. Get a gap here because she went static for now. She's sitting up there, but also probably listening to, I'm not sure whether she's been on communication or she's just moving along. But we found out because she may do that contact while we're around here, if she is in need of finding the Hall of Pride. So sometimes looking for a cat is strange because here we drove around here quite a lot. There was not even a single tracks for kind of a line. So I'm not sure where she used to come from. And the guys picked her up on the effluents deep there. So just to confirm, this is the female from the Djuma bride, accordingly. So it's cool that, the entire bride, how she lost in the mission, I'm not sure, because they were seen last night into Chitto Dam, and the tracks this morning crossed from Beverly Souk Dam. One of them were right at, not long ago, on the eastern side of that there. That's where the rest of the bride have crossed. So for now, she's probably far away from them, but she would have hooked up with them again because they would have found one another due communication. So, Kraft, you're asking would she is on a hunt? She could be both finding the bride, also hunting. Well, she's not actually contacting now. So the way she looks around, oops, she may. She may contact. So when a lion's on a need of finding the rest of the bride, a lot of time they would evoke call, they would call a lot. So that is actually to advertise themselves where they are. And then that would give a lot of chance for the prey species to be aware of danger around in that area. So if she were to kill or then find something dead and pick it up, it would be all of a scavenging that take place there. Katie, you're saying that she's gorgeous, and how old do we think she is? So maybe around about 3 years old, somewhere there. It's got a lot of patterns around her legs that we can still see. So, but that by 5 years, 4.5, 5 years old, those patterns will probably just disappeared. That was a beautiful call, so she's hoping for a response. She's going to wander around, trying to sniff on the ground. Does she ever pick up where they've moved through? Unless if there is more of them, not alone, maybe 2, 3 around here, also lost from one another. We found out, but if that now the case that the rest of the bride, they're all together up there north, then they're far from her. So she may head into that chiller pen. We'll see what she's going to do when she arrives there. Probably just maybe take a drink or... So she just went flat. We're going to maybe try and reposition. So there's 2 vehicles, but I'm going to make sure we all have a good look. So what I will do, I'll try to not to disturb her. But maybe here we're all fine just like that, just because she needed her own space. So the other car want to roll off, so I'm going to maybe try right in front of her there. So I'm going to put these vehicles on the frame. Just not to show if that little pen there, it's got a water. Or not really. What do you think, Davi? You okay? Cool. But maybe it's dry because it's just a little older pen that had a water, but it doesn't actually hold it for a long time, that water. So they usually dry off, especially during this time of the year. So we're just gonna see, because the birds are calling, maybe she will be attracted by those. So the birds are all calling on a background. So probably that's because she's around here, they've seen her. And then how also she's looking, or maybe heard of something around here, because their hearing is phenomenal, so they have a greater hearing and sense of smell. She's gonna yawn. So yeah, this is usual for the lions. When they separate from one another, and eventually they would have hooked up again, so that loss and emission during the hunt when a chase is far from the rest of the pride, maybe kill something small, maybe the whole pride didn't actually notice that. So from here, we're not sure. Maybe she may move into the drainage line system where on the eastern side of us, that's the Mlawati River in there. But we're going to try and maneuver around, follow her, see how far she's going to go.
BK and I are having the most loveliest time here at Chitwa. Just listening to all the cheep, 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 pop, pop, pop. Oh. That was my hippo through my blocked nose. You know, just touching back on that communication, I obviously made that really simple with the whole cheetah smell, lion roar. But it was a beautiful sort of example by Thomas Ngala. I mention him a lot, or Nagel. I think it's Nagel actually. And he's the one that made the famous quote, "Do we really know what it's like to be a bat?" No, we don't. We really don't. I mean, we can understand electro sort of reception to echolocation, to an extent. But we don't really understand it without technology and various different machines. We still don't know what it's like to echolocate. We've never done it, and it's highly unlikely that we ever will. And Thomas Nagel said, when a lion roars at night, which we often hear in the dam cam or on the drives, that lion is not simply uttering a sound. He is uttering a sound, yes, but not simply just uttering a sound. He is inhabiting what we might call, from our really limited human perspective, a language, where he is expressing his unique relation to the world that he experiences in a way that we humans cannot fathom or even begin to explain with our mere human perception, comprehension, or even objective observations. And that was from Thomas Nagel, and I think that is just astounding, that yes, we hear a lion roaring, yes, they're roaring, yes, he's marking territory, he's communicating, but really, is he just roaring? There's probably a lot happening there that we don't understand, and that builds upon that thing, or not that thing, that subject of philosophy, phenomenology that I try to sort of speak about. It's about all living beings, including humans, and the way that they perceive their world. I mean, it's determined by eyes, ears, paws, radar senses, sonar senses, electroreceptors, lateral line, muscles, all sorts of things, some that we have, some that we don't have. How can we really honestly say we know what a lion is doing when he's roaring? I hope I'm making sense here. That lion lives in his own world that only a lion will understand. We can observe, yes. We can try to interpret our observations, yes. Do we really understand? And that other quote, I can't remember who it's by, if a lion roars, if a lion could speak our language, okay, English, if a lion could speak English, we still wouldn't understand him. It's very difficult to put yourself in the shoes of another species. We are humans, and we observe wildlife out here, and we do our best to try and understand because we want to understand. But really, do we fully understand what's going on? Do we really know what it's like to be an eyeless tick? Can we really say they don't experience joy? What about a dragonfly? What about a hippo? We can't. And that is what the beautiful sort of branch of philosophy, phenomenology, is all about. Get into the phenomena of that animal as much as you can. You still won't fully understand them. I mean, from tick to tiger, wherever you want to go, that organism is continuously changing and having interrelationships with its surroundings. So even when you start to understand, you're miles behind. You got to keep catching up again. It's like running in quicksand. because nature is always in a constant state of flux. So even when you think you're getting there, understanding certain elements about that species, you're far behind, because that species is in a constantly changing relationship with this environment, wading through quicksand. And I always say this quote, but it's one of my favorites, and it's by Jacob von Rexkull. And no, I'm not saying that right. I don't know how else to say it. I always thought he was German, but apparently he's Lithuanian. And he always says, what shines forth for a butterfly may fade into the background for a dragonfly. And for me, that highlights exactly how phenomenology really works. The world is a kaleidoscope of fluctuating changes. Even this dam, just sitting here with Beaky and watching everything that's happening, listening to everything. Okay, Maribs is not here, but every single bird, every single hippo, every bat, every antelope, it's all living in its own little world. William, you're saying thank you for my knowledge. You learn something new every day. I hope so. I really hope so. And I'm just teaching you what I learn. I find this stuff really, really fascinating. I think when you come on a safari or jump on a game drive vehicle, it's not just about listing off the gestation periods and how tall an animal is. Ugh, that stuff's kind of boring. I like to talk about how this entire environment interrelates with the species in it. And I'm a big believer that there's so much more we've got to learn. And that's why we did that blindfold experience. I'm sure some of you will remember it. I blindfolded Morgan. He wasn't allowed to touch the camera. VK's looking at me. VK, I'm going to do it to you. And it was just about sitting and listening and using the power of your other senses, just to tune into those other senses. But sometimes in our human world, we do get so wrapped up on Instagram and Facebook, Twitter, and our phones and Gmail, and we forget that there's actually an entire ecosystem here that's surviving without any of that. Could humans survive even one night out here? I'm not so sure. I think humans have become very detached from nature. We all love it, absolutely, but I think there's an element of we have lost our relationship or broken our relationship with nature, and it really needs to be repaired. The world needs to heal. And I think the way to do that is to repair our relationship with nature, individually and as a collective. Cutting down forests, we're dredging out reefs, polluting rivers, polluting oceans, overfishing. We need to stop that. We need to figure out how to repair all that. And I know most of us care, we do. But somehow we're going to have to come as a collective and repair the damage we've done. And when it happens before your eyes, it's horrifying. I had my entire coral garden that I worked on for years. I've got scars all over my body from that project because I really just worked so hard on it. The coral was thriving. We'd come up with a new methodology. We'd really, it was working. And we knew the El Niño was coming. We knew it was going to be bad. What can we do? You get El Niños and El Niñas, natural sort of phenomena, but they're increasing in frequency and intensity because of climate change. Brings in warm waters, especially to the Indian Ocean from South America side, and I just watched every single reef that I knew, mapped out in my mind, coral by coral, die in front of my eyes. Bleach. Oh, it was sickening. I almost vomited that morning. Sorry for that image, but the coral was just gone and we knew there was no way it was going to come back. When you see an environment change like that in front of your eyes, it's a big wake-up call. Maldives lost 90% of their coral. 90%. Anyway, that's my little rant for today. I am going to pick my binoculars up and try and search around for mareebs.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organization. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
So we're still sitting here with this Lioness, and she's now, I don't know what she's seen there. She seems to be now looking. But that behavior, it's all about something that she probably spotted back there. We're not sure what it is now yet. When I look at her when she was moving in there, so her tummy is not bad. She's probably not starving very much. But that actually won't stop her from hunting or chasing prey around here. See how she does that, I'm not sure. We can't still see nothing, but they have a very much incredible sight. But look how camouflages are compared to these grasses, since all the grass is all just brown golden color. It just looks like it's all matched with the color there.
I just saw something moving.
Oh yeah, so maybe, so Impala further away. But how did she see that? It's amazing, because we only just saw these group of Impala right now, and she noticed those before. But these Impala, they're not actually coming our way, so they kind of like a... So, Nash is saying this looks like a very healthy lioness. She is very healthy. She's from the variety that they're actually very good at hunting, the Talamatis, and we're just not too sure wherever they are, what they're doing, what they got, but she's actually from there, so they kill very often. Not only the small antelope, but they would go for big antelope such as wildebeest, those zebras, impalas, this type, which she's actually she's about to hunt on this impala right now. Many times when we drove past these cats, they were all just flat. And then if they're not near around the road, impossible with these tall grasses just to spot them if you were to just compare these grasses with her. Hedrick, so you're asking how close does she need to be before pounce? So that pounce for cats has to be anything from 5 meter there. It's not that she will make it at once, but she gotta make sure once she jump, the next step, then she's on that animal or meese. That pouncing, it's all about 3 up to 4 meters there. But this impala, they're far away. She's going to have to start around from this direction if she has to. Now it looks like the whole, I'm not sure how many of them, this impala, because it's getting dark, so they're trying to find their way out of the bush. But while we're here, we'll find out, because if there is more of them, it may happen some of them will come directly to her. Francis, you're asking would the bush help lions or impala? Well, in terms of hunting, that could help the cats pretty much, because they would use these bushes to get closer and closer as they stalk. But, it doesn't really help the prey species, because now they can't see beyond bushes. So, meanwhile, whatever's hunting them, it's getting advantage of getting close to them. If it ever that helped, it would help on the prey species, maybe these baby antelope, when they hide into these bushes, the scrub hares also. But with impala being in a group, being in the bushes, they all have to be careful there, because it's too dense and they can't see further. And that's why when in the dark, they have to make their way into an open area where they can see better. So, for example, if she would kill one of the impalas here while she's in need of finding the whole pride, she would probably delay about maybe one night. And then probably tomorrow, midday, when she's probably done finishing at that kill, and then she would be probably looking again for the pride. And the report that I just got from the other guides, where they found the other lions, but further north, separate sighting, other one close to Kruger National Park boundary, which they don't think that could be part of the Telematis. Maybe it's at Torchwood, but there's another one directly north of here, but across into Belisuk. There was a young male there, and then the females, so not all of them. So this separation, probably they all spread around quite often. So, Daniel, you're asking why would the lions have a black behind their ears, also behind their tail there? It's so important for, especially female, to have them, because this is actually follow-me mechanism. Especially when they have babies, cubs, moving through this bush, they can't be white, because then they have to be camouflaged. And they have to be well blend in, so that behind the ears and the end of the tails being pitch dark is that, the cubs has to see the darkness. That's all they do. They would follow behind. Where also male has that as well. But they still apply the same, where it's a follow me mechanism. She probably lost trust. Whether she can still see the impalas where we cannot see them. Roche, also you're asking, do I ever get used to lions walking by my vehicles? So, yeah, I will get used to those. So every time, when a lion's walking past their vehicles, I only remember one of the day, there was a very hot day, and the lionesses, when they have a kill right in the open, it was not such a shadow. When we go to that sighting in the afternoon, so one of the lionesses actually find herself a shadow by advantage of a car. So, and that was actually not really good for the guests, because they were not really comfortable. And then she always follow us until we move out of the sighting. So that was a little scary, but they do that sometimes. It's not they're going to jump into the vehicles, but quite often they will walk past the vehicle. But in that time, everybody has to be sitting still, because they don't actually recognize human or anything that would be any object that would stand up, single yourself up there. Then that's how you pick yourself as a single, a visual. So then they may just frightened and they move off. But yeah, indeed, there's lions out here. They're so relaxed, they don't see a vehicle as a threat. So since she's now still looking in that direction where she's looking, this is where those impala headed off to. And I don't think they would move far, because only the open area, this is where we are, and this is where she is. This is only in the open area from here. Unless if they're going to cross that drainage line towards the quarantine, which is a lot of the thickness there for them to move through. They're still trying to concentrate. But it's quite a lot of a bird sound. Again, with the sun is going down, all the birds are going to do their last communications. Because they weren't going to communicate during the night. They're only going to communicate again tomorrow morning. And we're just going to see whether this Impala will come out here, because I think maybe she can still see them.
We have left Chitpa now. I want to go on boundary patrol. I want to be in the west, on Triple M. I've now put my third jacket on. I wear 3. They go on at different stages, so not all at once. It's now cold. The sun is almost gone. But it's not quite time for spotlight. It's not dark enough for spotlight yet. Boundaries are really good places at night time. It's because when animals get moving, that's when they start crossing. So I'm crossing luck for that. I think where Reeves has gone, I couldn't find tracks, couldn't hear anything, couldn't pick up on any signs that he might be there. He also wasn't found this morning by anybody, and I think it's because the Talamatis were on Chitpa open. They didn't do anything to him, but just their presence would have made him go. He'll pop up again, but I don't think he's in his usual little hangout spots. When a pride of lions rock up, you get out of there. Nadine, yes, I think Darkmane is currently in Bufosuk. I can hear them talking about them, Madora and Ngala, and I'm pretty sure it's Darkmane. Oh, Darkmane is absolutely fine, and he's always around. But he hasn't been seen with the ladies in a while. But again, that's also normal. And I'm pretty sure he's in Bufosuk, but I will find out exactly. When it comes to lions, they call in the pride, but they don't tend to use the male lion names. They'll just say Madora and Ngala. They won't actually say this is Darkmane, because Darkmane, Blondie, and Mohawk are sort of our little nicknames for them. Unofficially so. Because you need to be able to identify them when you're talking about them. So no one really says, I've got Darkmane here. But I'll find out. But he's been sighted. I saw a video of him. He's either on Simbam or Bufosuk, but I'll find out. This is where Dobby and I had that lovely Janet sighting, so I'm just keeping my eyes open for any nocturnal movements. I actually think we need the lights on now. White Mane, have you seen her? Wendy is old. She's squeaking. I don't even know. If I let go of the steering, she just goes her own way. Wendy definitely doesn't have a heater, White Mane, but thank you for thinking of that. No. Wendy needs a lot of TLC. We need OPA to come back and just keep her ticking over. These cars are very, very old. And they've been through a lot. Tristan and I were talking about that the other night. What these cars have been through, what we put them through, even long before I joined. It's a lot. So no, there's no such thing as luxury on these cars, but I love them, especially compared to the Cruisers and Mahindras. I love these cars. Very often Rexon will call you in, or someone will call you in and say, we can't cross this drainage. Our vehicle's not going to make it, but you guys go and we'll make it. There's very few sort of drainage lines or hills too high for our cars to climb. And Jigga's now permanently Marcel's car. I'm sure some of you will remember Jigga. There was 3. Rusty, windy, Jigga. Jigga is now out of action. I'm just going to let this car pass. Oh, okay. Thank you, Polly. Okay. Thank you. That was Polly. Now we're eating his dust. You hungry, Beaks? He did say wild dogs, but we don't view them when it gets too dark. I mean, it's light enough now, but once it gets dark and we have to use a spotlight, we don't view them. So I actually don't know if I'm going to make it in time. We don't view wild dogs in the dark. It would be good just to know where their location is. So I'll need to put the foot down a little bit. You holding on, Beaks? As soon as spotlights have to come out, no wild dogs. And as you know, the sun goes down so quickly, I don't actually know if I'm going to make this in time. We haven't seen wild dogs here in so long. My goodness. Okay, I might try and get a location for them, but I can't promise we're going to go live with them if it is too dark. But I do believe Andrew's Lioness is on the move.
So, good luck, Lauren. We're now trying to reposition here. We still have our Lioness. She actually moves slightly towards the road over here, but like I said, she lost trust on these Impalas. They are probably gone. But she will probably be here for, I'm not sure how long. Anyway, she was on move looking for the bride. Maybe she's going to move while we're around. Perhaps she probably heard something.
You're back with us. We're just going to see if we can spot the... We, of course, lights. The issue is artificial lights. We use infrared. But we still don't stay with them because they naturally... It'll pick up once we get a little bit higher when we go down in these dips. Those get a bit low. Which is, it's not us really that spotlight dogs or need artificial light, because we do have this tool, infrared, but not everybody has that incredible tool. Oh my goodness, this is a big truck. Please slow down. Getting a lot of dust tonight. Huh. There are people that survive on air, aren't they? What are they called again? Breatharians. But do they survive? That's the question. Anyway, I'm talking nonsense. I'm just driving slowly. It's like being in the Masai Mara again. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the doggies moved east and ended up in quarantine tomorrow? That would be good. Doing triple M, see if we can see any signs of them, and you guys are going to head back over to Andrew.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that, a little bit of technical issues that was happening, and then she moved into this wood here. And back to that question from Mirato that she would kill the wildebeest, which yes, she would kill the wildebeest. Size of wildebeest, size of a zebra. She can do it by her own, such as these waterbark, kudus. She wouldn't need any help from the others, those ones. So it's a medium size still for single lioness. So we're going to be dropping down and probably, I'm not sure if maybe we're just going to wait here.
Okay, the usual. We're about to go live. Have a good night, guys. See you later. Bye. Okay, my goodness, it's chock-a-block on Triple M. I think that truck that hurled past us at the speed of lightning has most likely scared the dogs, but it's too dark now anyway. That was way too fast, Mr. Truck. I don't know who you are, but you can't drive in a reserve like that. So I don't think the dogs are here, but that's okay. Triple M was where I wanted to be anyway. And now it's time to look for the nocturnal animal. Vicky, I'm wondering if we can go into color and just show the skyline. It is absolutely stunning. Let's go into color and show this gorgeous view of the Drakensberg. Look at that. Terry, you're saying absolutely marvelous. I love it. That's a great word. We get a lot of beautifuls. Marvelous. That is the word of the evening. I agree. I've seen some incredible sunsets in my lifetime. All around the world. I've lived in some very cool countries, but I have to say...
Radio stations, the stream of fuzzies and the
my goodness, okay. It appears that Game Drive Radio has been fixed. There's nothing like an African sunset. From Kenya to here, nothing beats it. And Africa's a very large continent, but I've had my best sunsets on this continent. Okay, Becky and I are going to sit here for just a tad longer and admire this sunset.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live Safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
So everybody, we have the area of where that lioness have went in, so in, so we can't go across there. But what we'll do, we'll maybe check a few roads here, and then if it happens, maybe she come out the Gari Dam in that area. This is where we're going to be finally end up to by checking around here. Since we've seen those Impala running, I don't think she will stick around there much, unless she will keep following them behind and hoping for success. Actually would be a little bit harder for her to hunt by herself, hunting such a game where they cooperate, hunt her when they're together, or surround a game And this is how they kill it. But such a big cat. Jeremy, you're asking if she kills, would she share with the pride? That it would determine where the pride they're around. So if the pride is still out of reach, and she won't go communicate with them. If it's like impalas, for example, because it's small prey, so she would probably finish it. Just gonna be stationary here. So that way she would probably try and feed by her own, unless if the pride found out that she's in the area, or because of the smell, then they'll respond to that. But first, when they come to the area, she would worry so much because she needs to identify her own pride. She would be worried that until she confirms it's her pride, and that's how they're going to be allowed into that. If it's not, she would probably back off and then watch what happened from the distance, and the kill will be getting stolen by maybe different pride that way. But yeah, depending how far they are, once the stomach content it's out, the smell travel far away would attract quite a lot of hyenas. Eventually, if the wind blows towards the other pride, they will eventually know there's a kill in there, and they'll run into that directions. So it's so cool that we're also stationary as well. We're able to listen if she ever contacts, so we know where she is. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren.
We've cut in from AAA, but it was just a little bit too busy. I don't want no more dust. I don't want no dust. I'm gonna see what else we can find in the west. I don't know where the dogs disappeared to, but it does leave promise for tomorrow. If they go east, that is. If they go north or west, it's no promise. Our signal is also going a little bit wiry too. I'm just going to sit here for a moment. Sorry, Gwen, what was that question? Liam, no updates, I'm afraid. It's a bit of a bummer, but we do give you the updates as they come, and sadly, no Dane with hyena cubs has been found. I think they've gone further south on Little Gowrie, but I really don't know. I shall keep you posted, though, I promise. Isn't that view glorious? It will go into complete darkness soon. Hopefully our signal's picking up so we can keep moving. Okay, all good now. We are going to bumble a little bit closer to quarantine now and see what else we can find.
So we also still on a bumble, but we're not far from where we just lost that female. And then we're just taking another loop around, which we also believe that she may come out at the Gari Dam there. So we're going to be checking this road back to Twin Dam Road, and then we're going to be checking also, or even maybe when stationary, just to listen to the audio. She may call. This is the way we would know exactly which direction she's at. So she may finally change the directions, go back to where she was, because I think she hasn't actually picked up the scent for the rest of the bride yet. Found out when we stop, take listening to the audio, and then we'll probably maybe also get an audio of the rest of the bride, maybe trying to respond to a call, if she ever make a call around here. I know she was about to make that call. It's actually Gari Dam for her. It's a long way. She's gonna move along that drainage line. So Neski, you're asking, do I have ever seen a successful hunt at night? So I've seen lions kill at night, and then that was Djuma Pride killing buffalo at night a few times, in fact. But I also seen leopard kill at night, from scrub hair size to an antelope, such an Impala is also steenbok. So I've seen those a couple of times. So, but to actually witness the kill, he has to be very passionate enough watch the movement of these cats. And once you notice they are close to the prey species and they are all about to hunt, maybe you just shut off your lights and they're just going to practice their own skills. If it's a full moon, you may see, if you're close up enough, how they pounce into that. Checking any of these roads because now we're on a road that where she went left. She would just cross this road here, and then we're just gonna check down to Dam and probably make our way back this way. Maybe she won't come out there, which is just imagination. Because the way she was going, it happens she will end up there. Stop my engine and listen to. We don't want to go far away without knowing because she maybe still contacting around here. So, Theo, you're asking would the lions hunt other predators such as the leopard and cheetahs and all? They would definitely won't spend time hunting them, but they would kill them if it happens, those cats around, because then lions are such a big cat compared to those other ones. And the power, it's way too much for the lions. And when they do that, they will only kill because it's all of a competition, even though it's a different species, those leopards and cheetah. But because they also eat meat, they are predators. And they will get killed. But they won't spend time hunting them like they would hunt normal prey species. So we just listen to the sound, but it seems to be still nothing. Maybe we'll carry on again.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We have had no luck on our search so far. Impala, yes. But that's about it. I try to drive really slowly when I'm spotlighting. Up the trees for potential owls, on the ground, side to side, to look for that eye shine. If you drive too fast, one, it's cold, and two, you're just gonna miss everything. Someone wrote today that I've had a lucky streak, and I have, and all I need is an aardvark, and that's funny. Davi and I were talking today. I want to see an aardvark here. I saw them with a girl called Wendy when I was in Tswalu. But I want to see one here. I mean, we saw a pangolin. And winter's the best time to see them. Winter really brings out these sort of animals earlier. In summer, you will not find pangolins and aardvarks, especially in areas like the Kalahari, come out till much later. But in winter, they come out earlier. Seasonal changes. Aim high. Or a porcupine. I would happily settle for a porcupine. I've not put a porcupine live. Chris, really? We did put aardvarks on when we were broadcasting from Tswalu. They definitely did show aardvark, but that was maybe a while ago now. Tswalu is really one of the best places to see them. You can sort of guarantee the sightings, in winter at least. They're doing lots of studies. They are very interesting animals, being severely impacted by climate change right now. And on Juma, I don't think we put an aardvark on. Even the old team, I don't think they ever put an aardvark on the screen. But we see their tracks. We see their burrows. They are around. We just don't see them. But hey, you never know. You literally never know what you're going to see out here. You can have some very monotonous days, very quiet days, and then, lo and behold, you can be shocked. I've been very lucky this stint. I couldn't ask for more. If my next few weeks here are very quiet, then that's okay. I've been extremely lucky and I'm very grateful for that. do see some. Oh, there's eye shine low to the ground. You see it, Beaks. I'll direct you. It could just be a nightjar. Just this bush, yeah. See the eye shine? Yeah, I think that's a nightjar, I'm afraid. This nightjar always catches me out. Okay, we'll just leave it. It's not exactly fantastic views. That's what eye shine. You can pick it up from far. It's definitely that nightjar. I'm pretty sure it's the same one every night in this area, but I obviously can't prove that. Is that another nightjar? Did you see that, Beaks? Just here. Nope, to the right a bit. Yeah. What is that? Ah, another nightjar. My goodness, nightjars. I mean, no, they're nightjars. They have a very... You can actually start to, once you get used to nocturnal sort of game drives, using a spotlight, how to use it correctly. Some people don't, I'm afraid. You do really get used to learning what you're looking at solely by eye shine. You can't see anything else. Nothing else. You can't even see body outlines sometimes. You just see eye shine. And you get used to learning what you're looking at. You can get it wrong sometimes, of course. It's just eye shine. But the size, the shape of the eyes, the coloration, the height from the ground, the way it's moving, you do start to get used to picking out what it's going to be that you're looking at. They're scared of them, to be honest, but I've definitely seen honey badgers terrify a few lions, that's for sure. I don't think they immediately see one and run off. Not much does that to a lion, but honey badgers are really ferocious. They have really earned their reputation. Lots of videos online. You can Google it on that deep, dark hole that is the internet. And you'll see lions coming across a honey badger, and the honey badger literally just chasing it, tail up. And the lions don't know what to think. They look utterly baffled. What is this thing? It probably smells. It secretes a really smelly fluid from its anal gland, similar to a skunk. And they're not actually badgers. I'm not sure why taxonomists decided to call it that, but their Latin name makes sense, mellivora, the devourer of honey from the cake. That's what their entire Latin name means. And it's not very ferocious, is it? The honey devourer. But they really will stand their ground. And it's funny, the one animal that's going to make your safari guide, if it's a male, especially if it's a local male, run a mile, will be a honey badger, will not be a lion. These guys we're just approaching some Impala. These guys will walk right up to lions, to leopards, but a honey badger, they're out of there. And it's quite entertaining. If you ask a lot of local guides in various different parts of South Africa, they'll tell you they're terrified of honey badgers. They think they are going to eat their genitalia. And that is all I shall say on this matter.
Looking like that, I just into the west.
So everybody, we also still on the bumble around here. So we checked the Gari Dam, nothing came out there. So I lost listening around to that audio, hoping for that Lioness to make her call, which she hasn't yet. But you know, if she would make a call, it's going to be a normal call because the sound has to travel far away. And that way then it will make her to able to find the direction of the pride, where they have moved into or where they are. But she has a good chance because since they're up north, then they're always going to come back this way. And then she's not actually moving in a very opposite way. She's moving in the right directions. And I believe that by tomorrow morning, then we'll find out what exactly, how far she's gone, whether she joined the pride, or whether she will be looking still. That's what I hope to see tomorrow. So everybody, we are also coming in the end of the show for this evening. So I want to thank you so much for being part of the show, and it's all a privilege having you all. And then we'll be seeing you tomorrow bright and early. And goodbye for now.